Asadhara Sidhu Shri Shriman, His Divine Grace Lacey Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, ISKCON Samstavakacharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Jai Vishnupad Paramhangsa Prabhupada Asadhara Sidhu Shri Shriman, His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai, Shri Rup Sanatan Bhadraganath, Shri Jeev Gopala Das Raghunath, Shad Goswami Prabhu Ki Jai, Premjgo Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Shri Vasudeva Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai, Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath, Shamakun, Radhakun, Giri Govindam Ki Jai, Mathura Dham Ki Jai, Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Mayapur Dham Ki Jai, Navadvip Dham Ki Jai, Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai, Ayodhya Dham Ki Jai, ISKCON Ljubljana Ki Jai, Gangamai Ki Jai, Jamunmai Ki Jai, Srimati Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Srimati Tulsi Devi Ki Jai, Shri Panchatattva Ki Jai, Shri Krishna Balaram Ki Jai, Nanda Hotsava Festival Ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada's Appearance Day Ki Jai, Gaur Premanande Haribo, Slava Zabrani Bhaktam, Slava Zabrani Bhaktam, Slava Zabrani Bhaktam, Slava Shri Guru Shri Gaurangi.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Sedaj, ko se tukaj sliši. Haribol, sedaj smo bili na Guru Puji, sedaj pa nadaljujemo z Abhišeko. Še enkrat vabljeni vsi na današnji praznik.
Hare Krishna, Namaho Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-vedanta Swaminiti Namine Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Dev Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine Namaste Saraswati Dev Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krišna Hare Krišna Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 महाराज की जय। निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि।
Hare Krišna. Sedaj nadaljujemo s slavljenjem Šrila Prabhupade. Seveda se zahvaljujem vsem glasbenikom, vsem sodelujočim, ki so do zdaj sodelovali in tudi sodelovali. Sedaj pa nadaljujemo, se pravi slavljenjem Šrila Prabhupade, in sicer bosta njegova svetost Prahladananda s vami in njegova svetost Čandramali s vami govorila o svojih spominih, o svojih dogodivščinah Šrila Prabhupade, o služenju, in seveda tle bo veliko emocij, veliko bo privrženosti Prabhupadovi misiji, tako da vas vabim na prelepo poslušanje.
Hare Krishna.
Sam misliš, ko bi guru služil, da začne dogajati.
Short and sweet. Elegance and what is the definition of elegance? "59. You're number 59 on page 59. Not that short. The shorter one's in here. Can you see it? It's right there.
Lecture in mind, but I should read this too.
We don't have much, I don't know how much time we have actually.
I think he said an hour. It should go to 5:45. Go to 7:30, I think.
But we have to read other offerings too.
Yeah. Some of these devotees.
I think maybe we should go half an hour apiece.
Yeah, well, that's a lot for me. Try to get in touch with somebody, it's like,
Okay.
when you try to get in touch with somebody, it's like, it doesn't happen. Okay.
It's like trying to call someone, no one answers, or it's an answering machine. We're very happy to receive your call. We'll get back with you as soon as possible.
As soon as possible. I'm a brainless machine, so I don't know what I'm saying, but anyway, this is what we were told. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So, I think they announced the program as we'll be speaking on the glories of Srila Prabhupada. And other devotees will also have an opportunity to speak something. Om Gyan Timidandasya Gira Jana Salakaya Chaksu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna
Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamane
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatarine Panchakalpa Tarubhascha Kriva Sindhupe Vacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. It's kind of interesting, or maybe even ironic, that Srila Prabhupada had put together so many literatures on transcendental knowledge and related topics that connect with transcendental knowledge. And he also, and then the books that have been written about Srila Prabhupada are also voluminous. So the books he wrote and the books that are about him comprise many, many hundreds of books. It's amazing how much he influenced people's lives in a very powerful and a very, what we say, wonderful way. I'm going to read my offering that I wrote in honor of Srila Prabhupada as part of the offerings that were collected. Om Gyan Timidandasya Gina Jana Salakaya Chaksu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I was born in the darkness of his ignorance, and my spiritual master, his divine grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, opened my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto his divine grace, Srila Prabhupada, my eternal spiritual guide, and the founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Dear Srila Prabhupada, you have often told your disciples that reading your books is the best way of knowing you. Quote by Prabhupada, if you want to know me, read my books. I may come or go, but in my books I will live forever. The more you distribute books, history will change. Whatever I wanted to say, I have said in my books. Unquote. During the recent lockdown due to the pandemic, reading Srimad Bhagavatam was a daily affair that I could finally dedicate ample time to. I read more and absorbed more, appreciating how much time and energy you spent and how many sacrifices you endured to give us, your devotees, and the whole world the knowledge of Lord Shri Krishna and the practice of pure devotional service. Srila Prabhupada's quote, if you are strong in your position by reading books, Vedic literature, then you become very, very favorite of Krishna. That was an arrival address by Srila Prabhupada. You gave the world Krishna, Srila Prabhupada, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, through your words and through your pure love for him. And your books, especially Srimad Bhagavatam, contain the essence of transcendental knowledge, made sweeter and more understandable and applicable by your Bhaktivedanta purports. Many lifetimes of knowledge yet to be revealed and to be relished. And then another statement. This is from the Bhagavad Gita. One who acts in devotional service, renouncing the fruits of actions, and whose doubts have been destroyed by transcendental knowledge, is situated factually in the self. Thus, that person is not bound by the reactions of work. O conqueror of riches, therefore the doubts which have arisen in your heart out of ignorance should be slashed by the weapons of knowledge. Armed with yoga, O Bart, stand and fight. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Your humble servant Chandramali Swami. And now they include our initiation date in these.
Really?
Initiated in 1973, September 5th, New Vrindavan, West Virginia.
Jai. New Vrindavan Gita.
New Vrindavan is New Vrindavan. So, as we mentioned at the very beginning, so much has been written about Prabhupada and so much is written by Prabhupada. And Prabhupada makes that point in here that if you want to know me, read my books. Sometimes there are types of controversies that sort of spring up because apparently Prabhupada said one thing in one situation and then he said something that is apparently contradictory in another. And because of that, there's a lot of what we say polemics or various types of discussions of what does Prabhupada really mean. But here is the answer that Prabhupada gave us ahead of time so we could avoid all of these confusions. If you want to know anything about me, it's in my books. My lectures may apply to certain situations, certain personalities, and his letters also. Of course, his lectures are more, what we say, direct than his letters. The letters are individual. But his books are solid. In other words, if you wanted to know Prabhupada, read and study his books because he put everything he wanted us to understand in the practice of Krishna consciousness in his books. But I'm sorry to say, and this is not something that I'm coming up with, this is something I hear constantly from the leaders of our movement, the devotees don't read. They just don't read. For whatever reason, I don't know, we could speculate on the reasons. And there probably are some apparently valid reasons that people will present. But ultimately, if you want to know Prabhupada and you want to know how to execute devotional service, here is the answer. Everything is in Prabhupada's books. It's a lifetime of study. Srimad Bhagavatam alone cannot be understood in one lifetime. It's just not possible. When Prabhupada was on the morning walk with one very wonderful professor, Prabhupada ki jai. His name was Professor Durkheim from Germany. They were discussing, the sources of knowledge. And Prabhupada at one point turned to the Srimad Bhagavatam and he said, and everything is in Srimad Bhagavatam. And there are 18,000 verses in the Bhagavatam. And it takes 1 month to understand each verse. And then he immediately turns to his disciples and he said, how long is that? One devotee was quite quick. He said, that's 1,500 years. Prabhupada said, you have enough to read. That was Prabhupada's point. Is that we can't even exhaust one of the texts that he gave us. Bhagavad Gita falls into the same category. Srimad Bhagavatam. And it's an ocean of transcendental knowledge and an ocean of transcendental nectar that comes from this philosophical teachings because as we read from that one verse in the Krishna speaks that verse to Arjuna and he's saying, be situated in transcendental knowledge. And that way you'll be free from all of the dualities in material life. When you understand this process through transcendental knowledge, then whatever comes your way, you have the understanding of how to deal with it. You understand why it's coming, you understand how it's coming, and you understand how to deal with it in a spiritual way, or in the best possible way, we might also say. So that is the benefit of this. That's one of the benefits. The other benefit is that we learn so much about Krishna. Everything is in Prabhupada's books, all about Krishna. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And Prabhupada used that statement, Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, 8,000 times. he has said that statement 8,000 times, that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He wanted to make that point with emphasis, and hopefully that emphasis will help bring about a sense of clarity. And what is that? That Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He's not only the source of all of the other manifestations of Godhead, but he is a person. And that's important to understand, because we can only have a relationship with another person because we are personal. We cannot have a relationship with something that is impersonal or inanimate. We have a relation, just like in this world, we develop relationships with other people. And that is natural, that is human, and that goes on as life. But on the spiritual platform, that same relationship, at least the essence of that connection, is based on our personal relationship with Krishna. And as Srila Prabhupada said, each and every one of you has a unique, and I use that word with emphasis, unique personal relationship with God, unlike any other living soul. And that's one of the reasons why Krishna wants to have a relationship with each and every one of us. Why? Because each one has a certain element that is unique about that soul that's different from all other souls. Although we all are individual souls, we all are connected with Krishna, we all have general characteristics that are the same. There's certain elements of our quality of a relationship that's unique to each individual. And Krishna wants to taste that. And that's why he wants to have exchanged love with everyone, because he wants to taste that uniqueness of each of the living entities, which are his parts and parcels, of course. So Prabhupada, what he did in just 11 years, from 1966 to 1977, is unmatched in the history of any great personality who came to spread spiritual knowledge. The time period and the conditions that Prabhupada came in, that was amazing what Prabhupada did. I mean, amazing is not a word that really fits. It's unbelievable. It's undefinable. And what is that? Is that 70 years old. I mean, think about it. I mean, how many of you are 70 or more here? Okay, just the front lines here. Okay. Really? 72. Right. See what happens when you get older, you can even dance faster. If you don't believe me, just watch him. And one very prominent person in the Hungarian government, he was interacting with the devotees. And when he learned a little bit about Prabhupada and how Prabhupada began his mission at the age of 70, he was amazed. And he was telling the devotees, you don't know, your teacher, he's done something that nobody can do. He began a worldwide movement when we all are about to retire, or have retired. In other words, he was shocked in a sense of happiness to see this personality. Look what he did at the age of 70. And for those 11 years, from 70 to 81, Prabhupada traveled the world 14 times, opened up 108 temples. Now we have much more than that. You know, inspired devotees to go around the world and open up preaching centers, restaurants, farm communities, started gurukulas, and many other projects. Prabhupada was tireless. He was like a young man, although he was in his age, he was like, you know, old, you could say, retirement time. And the devotees, they will also say, when they were with Prabhupada, we can't keep up with Prabhupada. Can't keep up with him. They would travel with Prabhupada from place to place, And then as soon as they get to the place, they take rest. Prabhupada said, "You're young, why are you doing that?" Prabhupada would just pick up his schedule. He had a very tight schedule, which was very regulated. And wherever he would land, according to the time of the place that he landed in, that's where he would start his day. He followed his schedule like what does they call it, clockwork? Like, amazing how and nobody could do that. But then again, we learn a little bit more about who Srila Prabhupada is. I mean, obviously he's not a person of this world. And Prabhupada also said that, and I heard it directly from one person who heard it directly from Prabhupada. And his name was Bhavananda. And it was Bhavananda Maharaj at the time. No, actually, he was just Bhavananda. Later he became Maharaj. But he was with Prabhupada, and he was just the two of them. And when Prabhupada was with anyone, he would always talk about Krishna, or about spreading Krishna consciousness, or something interesting that was related to Krishna, something. That was Prabhupada. He couldn't keep quiet. He would always be preaching something. And so, but this particular time it was quite quiet. And then that was unusual. And then all of a sudden Prabhupada broke the silence. And he said, "I was with Krishna in the spiritual world." And he said, "Go to the material world." And I said, "Material world? Horrible place. Horrible place." And Krishna said to me, "No, you go, you write some books, I'll protect you." So I came. So Prabhupada just said that. And when we heard that, we were thinking, my God. And you might think, how is it possible that Prabhupada could remember his relationship with Krishna in the spiritual world? Because he was never separated from Krishna. To give you a kind of a material example of the power of Srila Prabhupada's mind. And he mentions this a couple of times in different lectures. I'm sure Maharaj heard it. Prabhupada said, when I was 6 months old, 6 months, I was sitting on the lap of my auntie, and she was knitting. And I can still remember being there. In other words, he could remember when he was 6 months old, sitting on the lap of his auntie, and she was doing some knitting. I can't even remember when I was 20. I can't even remember if I was 20 or not. So, 6 months old, still remembering an incident at that time of age. That is Srila Prabhupada's mental power. It was amazing. And everything that Prabhupada said that was not happening at that time actually came true. Prabhupada gave us so many things that he said would happen in the future, and one by one, everything would happen. There was one example. I was in London one time, and I was giving a class to a new group of people I had never met before, first time. And it was quite a large group, and there were many people of the Indian origin there. And there was one gentleman, right after my lecture, he came up to me and said, he was about, 70 years old. He said, "I met your spiritual master when I was a young man going to college." He said, "I had heard that this spiritual person was coming, and I had read some flyers, and I decided, let me go." So I came, and there he was, and I sat way in the back. And I was thinking, when he was speaking, I was thinking, I'm going to college, and I'm going to ask him to bless me to get good grades in my college. And so that was at the beginning. And then he listened to Prabhupada's whole talk, and then he changed his mind. He said I couldn't ask him. So I got up and started to leave, and then I saw your teacher, Prabhupada, he was going like this, because in India this is the way they call you, It's not like goodbye. It means come, Right? You go like this, it means come here. Prabhupada's going like this. So he goes over to Prabhupada, and he's very respectful. He pays his obeisances. Prabhupada said, "You're a student?" "Yes." "You're going to university?" "Yes." "You have 4 subjects?" "Yes." "I bless you to get good marks in all 4 subjects and come back and become a life member in our society." How did Prabhupada know that? He even knew how many subjects he had. And so we're not dealing with a person, or not, working underneath a person who is part of this world. Srila Prabhupada is amazing. These are just little incidents of his outstanding qualities. It's really his outstanding qualities that he said that I have made hippies into happies. I was referring to us. One time when he was sitting with a group of devotees and there were some guests there, one guest asked Prabhupada, "Can you show us some mystic power?" And Prabhupada pointed at his disciples, "This is my mystic power." They were all, meat eaters and woman mongers and drug addicts. Now they've given all that up and they're chanting Hare Krishna and they're happy. He said, "This is my power." I made hippies into happies. And that's not a small thing. To change a person's life towards Krishna is a great achievement. And one has to be empowered to do that. It's not an easy thing. Well, these are some things. And I'll tell another story of Prabhupada's life, which you probably all heard, which is also quite amazing. When Prabhupada began his movement in New York, in 26 Second Ave, even before he actually established himself there. One time he was in Central Park in New York, and he was sitting on a park bench. And one train conductor from Iran, he came, and he just happened to be there, and he saw this interesting gentleman sitting on the park bench. And so he thought, all right, let me go over and find out. So he sat on the same bench with Prabhupada, and then, being very curious, he asked, "Well, who are you? And where are you coming from?" And Prabhupada said, "Oh, I'm coming from India, and I have a mission. I am a representative of my spiritual teacher." So many things Prabhupada said. And he said, "I have come to establish the temples of Krishna. And I have 108 temples, but they're all separated by time." He told. And now this train conductor, he was thinking, he's such a nice person, but he's talking quite crazily. He has 108 temples, and he doesn't have them yet, but he has them. So eventually, the conversation ended. And it's interesting because I received a letter back in the 1990s from one person who was in jail. And he said, "Maharaj, this is amazing." He said, "I was in the Seattle temple, and this same train conductor who met Prabhupada in New York, he came into the temple one night, and he walked right up to Prabhupada and started speaking in a very emotional way. And he was saying, he said he would do it. I didn't believe it. He did it." Same train conductor. Krishna made it arranged for that train conductor to get that answer in a very real way. Amazing. So these are some of the incidents of Srila Prabhupada's life that are... But one of the most important things that I'd like to emphasize is that Prabhupada left us a legacy. When you come into this movement, there's a type of responsibility that comes along with being that. And that is to help expand Prabhupada's mission. He wanted each and every one of us to somehow or other be a part of bringing Krishna consciousness to the world in some way or other. And Prabhupada had so many programs that he instituted to do that. But one of the things that he said in a very futuristic way, he said that these cities that you live in will not last. There's a video, Prabhupada said, in 1973, he said the whole Western world will collapse in 50 years. and it'll be chaos. So 1973 and 50 is what? 2023. Hare Krishna. And he said, but we need to establish our movement in such a way that we can continue, and therefore we cannot depend on this materialistic society. We have to establish these farm communities. He said, grow your own food, make your own cloth, learn herbs so you can make medicine, build your own homes, keep cows, live in a very simplified atmosphere. And he says, especially for those in family life, this will be a necessity in order for them to maintain their family and everything connected with the family life. But Prabhupada said, before he left, he said, 50% of my mission is still incomplete. I wanted to establish these farm communities and develop Varnashram Dharma based on, the teachings of Krishna in Bhagavad Gita. And so he said, he wanted us to take that next step for him and develop these, because he strongly understood that, we might find it difficult to continue to preach or even to live as this Western society starts to crumble. And it is crumbling. I'm not a futuristic doomsday prophet, but I'm simply just making the same statements that Srila Prabhupada made years ago. And there's videos of that. He said, any society that's based on money is a false society. A society has to be based on culture. We have the culture. It's the Vedic culture. It's a spiritual culture. It's also a human culture. The Western world simply lives on economic arrangements. If the economy is going good, everyone is somewhat falsely happy. But if things start to, crumble, they have nothing to fall back on. Everything, and their whole lifestyle is, destroyed, because they depend on economics for everything. And Prabhupada said that's a false way of living. We have to establish these farm communities based on Vedic culture, live like Krishna lived. So Prabhupada was very strong on that, and he made many, 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 many statements in that regard. In fact, to illustrate how important Prabhupada felt about that, in September 1977, Prabhupada, he was feeling quite sick at the time. So he said, before I leave my body, I want to go to Gita Nagari and show how to live on the land. I will do it personally. So he made a last attempt to show what he wanted to establish. He said, I'm going to teach it directly. Got on a plane, went to London. When he was in London, he stayed there for a little while, and his health started to deteriorate more and more and more. He was unable to go on to Gita Nagari, so he went back to Vrindavan. And then, of course, just about a month or so later, he departed. But Prabhupada emphasizes how important it was to establish these communities based on simple living and Krishna consciousness. So we have a great responsibility to learn what Srila Prabhupada wanted for us, to put that into practice in a daily way, and at the same time, give Krishna consciousness to others. That is our mission. It's given to us. It's a legacy of spreading Krishna consciousness around the world. Lord Chaitanya said, every town and village, my name will be chanted. What does that mean? That everywhere, and you know who's doing it? Lord Jagannath. He's going to every town and village doing his Ratha Yatra, practically all around the world, just to pave the way for Lord Chaitanya's movement. So we have a great responsibility. So read Prabhupada's books, take some time. To read means to schedule. Prahladananda Maharaj is the pinnacle, or we can say what's the word? The ideal example of a person who takes Prabhupada's books seriously. I'll say one little thing. I know time is short. We were at an ILS meeting in Mayapur. ILS means ISKCON Leadership Sangha. And they decided to do a survey during the Sangha meeting. And there was about 259 members there. These are people who are leaders all around the world in different positions. Temple presidents, sannyasis, gurus, regional secretaries. And they had a listing of all of the Prabhupada's books. And they asked us to fill out this little form, how many times you've read each one of these books. And then after they got all of them, they calculated together, and then they divided it by the number of people. And the result was that not even one time, less than once, people read Chaitanya Charitamrita. Bhagavad Gita, hardly one or two times. Srimad Bhagavatam, even the leaders don't read. That's why we don't read. And then, of course, they came to Prahladananda Maharaj's listing. He read Bhagavad Gita 130 times. And so he's a wonderful example of understanding the importance and studying Srila Prabhupada's books. So you have that, you have that leadership right here. So we should follow that and especially now, we need to read and study because that fixes the mind on Krishna. And it also helps you to understand how to execute Krishna consciousness nicely and effectively. And what Prabhupada says, preacher means reader. The more you read, the more you're inspired to speak Krishna consciousness. That is a fact. That's an automatic, calculation. So Prabhupada gave us so much, left us so much, and we are all extremely fortunate because what he really gave us is to get out of this material world and go back home, back to Krishna. And that cannot be matched by anyone. The eternal life, the gift of eternal life has been given to us by Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Mam Vishnu Viraya Krishna Prasad Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Vicharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paskyadyade Satarane. Thank you, Chandramali Maharaj. I'll try to say something useful by Prabhupada and Krishna's mercy, with your blessings too. So, as far as what Chandramali Maharaj said about reading books, well, I guess if I actually read the book, well, the books are such, Nitya Nama 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 Yavana, which means that the more you go on reading, the more you become enlightened. That there's no limit to reading books. And Bhagavad Gita is especially important because without understanding Bhagavad Gita, it's practically impossible to understand any of the other books. Bhagavad Gita helps us get out of the material world, out of material consciousness, and when we're in spiritual consciousness, then we can understand what Krishna's activities are, both in the external energy as well as in the internal energy. So one thing that's important is that we're obliged, or at least expected in our society, to concentrate on Srila Prabhupada's books. Now, since I've been in the movement, and even now, it's impossible to say exactly what everyone's thinking, of course, or how, for instance, on a subject like, how do the devotees in general perceive Srila Prabhupada? But from my little experience, is that we can't expect the devotees to understand, myself including, to actually understand who actually is Srila Prabhupada and what was his activities. But I'll explain a little bit here, because in the Chaitanya Charitamrita it says, Yanya Chite Krishna Prema Karye Udai Tandra Vakya Kriya Mudra Vigeha Na Bujaya. Even the most learned man cannot understand the words, activities, and symptoms of a person situated in love of God. In other words, as they say in English, I don't know if they say it here, it takes one to know one. Without being on that platform of Krishna consciousness, actually being aware of Krishna, then it's not possible to understand what the activities of a person who's on that platform. As Srindamari Mali Maharaj pointed out, for instance, the Prabhupada, if we go through the conversations books, we'll find that there are many different, well, there are times where Prabhupada seemingly said something different according to his audience, because Prabhupada was not necessarily interested in putting forward any particular fact about the material nature or any particular opinion about the material nature. He was more interested in getting people to understand how to work in the material nature in order to become conscious of Krishna. And if they didn't listen to him, if he got into an argument with them, then it was very unlikely they were going to accept anything else he said. So Prabhupada would sometimes say something about black people, sometimes he'd say something about the different political parties to fit the audience, and then he'd say something completely different within a different audience. But his idea was always the same, to somehow or another get people to understand Krishna and their relationship with him, and not to get into a fight with Krishna's pure representative over insignificant or facts or situations that may have different perspectives on it. Indeed, everyone in the material world, it says in Bhagavad Gita, Sattvam
Visudam.
Sattvasya rupam sarvasya shadad bhavati bharata shado mao yo purusham yo yat shadasa eva saha. According to one's situation under the modes of material nature, one has a particular kind of faith. So we see everything according to the modes of nature we're situated under. It's not that we don't see some part of reality, but our reality is something like the learned people who go and try to understand what an elephant is, blind people trying to understand the elephant. One takes his trunk, one takes his leg, one takes his tail, and says, I've understood the elephant by practical experience. But all they're doing is seeing a little part of the elephant. They don't understand the actual elephant itself. Therefore, in preaching, we're going to come in contact with so many different people who have so many different opinions on so many different issues. For instance, if we want to distribute books, it is a very, it's not suggested, from my experience, to get into arguments with people on the street. Sometimes it's very attractive. Some Christian comes, and I don't know about here, but whether they're so fanatic, but in America you can go to places where you have fanatic Christians, and as soon as you appear, they come out of the woodwork, so to speak. They come out of nowhere to harass you, saying you're the devil and Jesus is the only way. And if you try to, even if you try to argue on the basis of the Bible, if you defeat their arguments, they'll become even angrier at you. They won't, oh, very nice argument, yes, I surrender. What is that mantra you're chanting? No, they'll start screaming at you, they'll get others to scream at you. So it's not very desirable. As a matter of fact, if you argue with someone on the street, when you want to distribute a book, then they'll argue one point of view, and then 5 minutes later, they'll, in the same animate way, they'll argue a completely different point of view, because they can't even remember what point of view they argued 5 minutes ago. So the best thing to do is book distribution, best distribute the book and get a donation. And if they want to argue, give them a card, tell it here. I love arguing, come to our temple. I can argue with you there. We'll see you later. Thank you very much for your association. In any case, Prabhupada knew perfectly how to deal with different people under different circumstances. And generally, from my experience of watching Prabhupada, I mean, you could read it in the conversations, Prabhupada didn't get into, I mean, sometimes he'd get into conversations with people and try to establish some kind of rapport with them. Like there was one racetrack driver who was introduced to Prabhupada in England, and Prabhupada started to talk about cars to him before he got into talking about Krishna consciousness. Whereas Prabhupada, one time I had the fortune of meeting Prabhupada at the airport with the devotees, and I got to walk with Srila Prabhupada carrying the umbrella over him. And I was walking pretty fast, and Prabhupada was like gliding. He was going faster than everyone. The young people were running, and Prabhupada was just gliding. And then the reporter asked, how did you come here? And Prabhupada said, by plane. And Prabhupada said there are 3 types of ways of traveling. One is you strap pigeons together. and then you copa. And then you just fly with the pigeons. And the other one is by mystic power. There are yogis with mystic power. And the other is we travel on these yantras on these airplanes. So the reporter said, so how did you get here? He said, I came by plane just to be one with you. But these different points of view, sometimes, I just want to go into the point that, although I've read the Bhagavad Gita a number of times, still, I was reading the Bhagavad Gita today because what I do sometimes rarely I prepare for classes, but when I do prepare for a class, then I get different ideas, and then I look them up. So I looked up this idea. I had this idea that Prabhupada, he's not necessarily accepted, nor can he be accepted blindly. And at the present situation, when we're not fully conscious of Krishna, means we won't be fully conscious of Srila Prabhupada also. And therefore, I remembered Prabhupada at the introduction to the Bhagavad Gita, Prabhupada said that we have to accept Krishna theoretically, at least on faith. And then I was thinking that actually we also have to accept Srila Prabhupada also theoretically on faith, just as you have to accept everyone theoretically on faith. Because as long as we're not fully Krishna conscious, we're not conscious of anything. Not fully, at least. And therefore, so much emphasis, for instance, we're sitting on chairs. The idea is that sitting on a chair, I mean, we may be old, but we don't necessarily have to sit on a chair. It's not that there's more oxygen up here and therefore we need it. The idea is to establish some kind of faith that this person, he might have something interesting to tell us. Therefore, he has the position, he can sit on a chair. Yes, we're a chairman. No, the idea is to establish some kind of faith. Therefore, for instance, there's a Vedic etiquette, and the senior devotee, the spiritual master sits on a Vyasa for a Vyasa day, etc. All to give us some kind of faith, but our faith is not developed simply by the externals. It has to lead to something so that we can actually get realization. All the faith that we develop in someone, or spiritually speaking, is only so valuable it actually inspires us to actually do something practically by following the instructions. Just like one can read, if one doesn't read Prabhupada's books, still one can have faith in Prabhupada and follow his instructions. But as Prabhupada writes in the Bhagavad Gita, in chapter 10, verse number 10, that even if one has a bona fide spiritual master and is part of a bona fide spiritual organization, still he may not take advantage of them. But still, if he has, he works he accepts all kinds of services with love, then Krishna from within will help him advance in Krishna consciousness. So reading is very important, but if we read and we don't try to assimilate the knowledge and put it into practice so that we gain, Krishna is merciful, because Krishna consciousness depends upon revelation, doesn't depend upon our personal expertise, depends upon our sincerity. That Krishna sees we're sincere. Sincerity means we follow what Krishna wants us to do. And then Krishna from within, he enlightens us and gives us realization and bliss, because bliss and enlightenment go together. When we're in ecstasy, then we can understand that during that time, then that ecstasy is burning away some of the coverings of our consciousness. And so after the ecstasy stops, still we'll be able to see things more clearly. And when we see things more clearly, then we can act hopefully more sincerely, and therefore we become more eligible to obtain Krishna's mercy. But at the beginning of Bhagavad Gita, I was struck that Prabhupada, he goes from the beginning of Bhagavad Gita, the introduction, he's trying to explain to us, or he does explain to us, how he met a lady, and the lady was, an English lady, she was interested, can you recommend a edition of the Bhagavad Gita to Prabhupada? And Prabhupada said, no, I'm sorry, can't recommend any edition of the Bhagavad Gita. He said, because all these Bhagavad Gita, these editions, the commentator puts in their own opinion. So therefore Prabhupada wanted to write Bhagavad Gita as it is. But to write Bhagavad Gita as it is means that Prabhupada had to be a transparent medium for Krishna. He wasn't putting in his own opinion. And then Prabhupada says that if you want to take medicine, then you have to follow the directions on the label and by the expert doctor. You can't just take medicine according to your own whim. So if we read Bhagavad Gita, there's a certain way we have to read Bhagavad Gita, and it should be, as Prabhupada said, it should be accepted by the speaker itself, not with whimsical interpretation. Now sometimes we're not even aware of how our minds are tricking us when we're hearing. For instance, in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna, he speaks from different incarnations. It's not only Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, speaking. When he talks about creation, he's talking about the Purusha avatars, and they're creating. That the Purusha avatars are speaking through him. Similarly, Bhagavad Gita can only be understood if we accept that Krishna is ultimately the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and Bhagavad Gita is meant to, by different points of view, meant to convince us that he actually is who he says he is. But that conviction is only obtained when we actually have experience, and that experience is only obtained when we actually understand what Krishna says and follow it to the best of our ability, and therefore Krishna gives us some mercy, and then it becomes a little clearer. So this is the medicine that we're taking, reading Bhagavad Gita, hearing from the Krishna's representatives, but we have to take it according to the directions that Krishna has given, and we're trying to be convinced that Krishna is actually the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As the Acharyas have said, as great personalities like Narada and Vyasa and Asita. Now we don't know Vyasadeva, I never met him. I never met Asita. I never met Narada Muni. Even he's here, right here, but even I speak to him sometimes, he never answers, he just smiles. So I can't say I have the most intimate relationship with him, but at least we're trying to get some relationship. He's right there, Srivastava. It looks a little different. Not that we can see. You have to come here early in the morning before anyone wakes up. So, I don't know Asita, I don't know Narada Muni, I don't know any of them. But then again, I don't even know the president of Slovenia. But I accept he exists, because everyone else is telling me he exists. Or I've never met George Washington. And probably none of us met George Washington. Not in this lifetime. But still we accept, because we hear from, quote, authorities that he existed. It's in our scripture, the history of America, etc. So at least, as Prabhupada, he concludes, we have to accept, at least, if we want to get the value from reading Bhagavad Gita, at least theoretically we have to accept that Krishna is who he speaks he is. And that's called submissive hearing. It is not that we have to blindly accept, I'm a Hare Krishna, I accept Krishna as God, etc. You know, why, I don't know, but you know, I know he's God, and I'll defend it to almost to my death. We'll see if we defend it to our death. No, we have submissive spirit means that we have to at least theoretically accept that Krishna is God. Similarly, we have to at least theoretically accept that Prabhupada is who he said he was. Now, who did Prabhupada say he was? He said that he was well, actually, no, I'm not talking about that. I don't even know if I have it in here. Well, I'll get to that in a few minutes. One time Brahmananda, Prabhupada told Brahmananda Prabhu that he said that actually I can't fall, the difference between you and me is that I can't fall down, but you can. Now, I personally never heard Prabhupada talk about his position on the spiritual platform that I can remember. I mean, personally. But it doesn't really matter. The point is that Prabhupada described what an Uttama Adhikari is, what the qualifications of a Shaktavesh avatar is, what the qualifications of a Nitya Siddha are, a Sampradaya Acharya, and then it's up to us to decide whether or not we think Prabhupada fits the bill. Whether or not we're actually, by following Krishna consciousness, we're actually getting the result that Prabhupada said we're going to get. Whether or not someone who actually at the age of 70, as Chandamani Maharaj pointed out, went around the world and established in all different cultures, at least began Krishna consciousness in all different cultures amongst a whole variety of different people, of creeds, culture, caste, color, etc. Whether that was not, quite an achievement. Whether writing 80 books at that age, at the same time doing that, establishing temples, establishing farm communities, whether that's not extraordinary. But then again, if we really want to understand who Prabhupada was, as Chandamani Maharaj pointed out, then we have to read his books. Why? How will that help us understand? Because we'll see that whatever Prabhupada was saying was actually non-different from Krishna. Never mind all these details about whether the earth is round or the earth is flat. Prabhupada sometimes said it was flat, sometimes he said it was round, sometimes he said we went to the moon, sometimes he said we went to Rahu, sometimes he said we went to Arizona.
Somebody asked him, is the world flat? He said, everywhere I walk, it's flat.
Never mind all these different, but the actual essence of faith in the words of Krishna, that if we chant Hare Krishna with faith and attention, then Krishna will reciprocate with us because he's in our heart. Because we're eternal, because Krishna is in our heart, and because this world is controlled by a person. And if we act like that, then Krishna will reciprocate with us. So if we have that much faith, and we apply it, if we read Prabhupada's books, he helps us to apply it. He gives us what Krishna is saying, he tries to make it relevant to us so that we can have some idea of how we could practically apply it within our own lives. And as Chandamani Maharaj said, if we know nothing else, then at least we should understand that if we engage our energies in the Sankirtan movement, as Prabhupada once wrote to me, he said, if the more you work seriously to help Lord Krishna bring his other children back to the spiritual kingdom, then the more he'll bestow all his blessings upon you. That Krishna, He's never ungrateful for efforts to serve him, rest assured. So that applies to all of us. It's not that Krishna wants one person to go back to the spiritual world because it's overcrowded already. Therefore, it's a competition of who can get there first, because it's a limited seating. No, everyone's invited. It's an unlimited world, and the more, the happier, the merrier. So, now when I first joined the movement, because in one sense I hear all the time, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, and then I see that sometimes Jai Prabhupada, but not everyone is actually believes in Prabhupada, believes what he's talking about. I've heard, there's opinions even nowadays, when Prabhupada quotes from the scripture, then he's absolute what he says. But sometimes when he doesn't quote from the scripture, and he talks about worldly things, like whether we went to the moon, or whether the earth is flat, then he's just giving his mundane opinion on things, because he doesn't really know. And this is from very, advanced devotees in our society. They have some doubts about Prabhupada's position, whether he was always on the transcendental platform, etc. So I was introduced to that. When I first came to the movement, no one knew about Prabhupada, what he was, but that's all we talked about. Basically speaking, because no one knew anything. And at least Prabhupada was the first person they probably met who was ever kind to them. So they used to talk about Prabhupada. And that's all we knew. We didn't have any books. I mean, we had Prabhupada's Srimad Bhagavatam, the first canto in 3 parts, which was like written in a different style of English that most of us were used to. And I remember I was reading Prabhupada's Srimad Bhagavatam one time. I was in the temple. We only had 5 devotees, or 6 devotees living there. And my roommate, because we all lived in the same room, he walked in and saw me reading, and he started to yell at me. Why are you reading? Why are you wasting your time reading these books? Wasn't the atmosphere wasn't such that everyone was encouraged to read the books. In any case, devotees didn't understand so much. And then, as I said before, one time because we had one telephone in the temple, and it was used, like once a month because we couldn't pay the bill. Telephone calls were quite expensive. And one time I lifted up I got on the there was a call, and I answered it, and I was talking to Pradyumna, Purushottam, Prabhupada's secretary, and Purushottam said that Prabhupada wanted to speak to our Rupanuga, the temple president. So then I called Rupanuga, and I stayed there because Prabhupada I was quite interested. What Prabhupada had to, Prabhupada got on a telephone. The only time Prabhupada that I knew of got on a telephone was one time Prabhupada had a telephone. He asked for a telephone in 26 2nd Avenue where he was living. And Prabhupada said, could you get me a telephone? So they got Prabhupada a telephone 2 days later. Prabhupada said, wow, 2 days later? That's amazing. He said, if you try to get a telephone in India and you pay a big bribe, you can get in, like 6 months later. He said, wow, that's amazing. 2 days, I got a telephone. And then he got the telephone, they connected it, and then probably the next day he said, take it out. The devotee said, why? He said, last night, 12 o'clock, someone rings me up and says, Swamiji, is that you? And Prabhupada said, yes, it's me. He said, why are you calling me at 12 o'clock at night? He said, I just wanted to find out how you are. How are you? He said, you're calling me up 12 o'clock at night to tell me ask me how I am? He said, oh, so sorry, and he hung up. So next day, take it out. So Prabhupada got on, he was talking to Rupanuga Prabhu, and then when Rupanuga Prabhu got off, I asked Rupanuga, he said, what was he saying? He said Prabhupada was crying he said they're trying to take the movement over. He said, come to Los Angeles immediately. So I was all in the movement for maybe a year at that time, or a year and a half. This is Los Angeles scheme. So then Rupanuga left, and that was the first time he became a president, temple president, much to the dismay of everyone else in the temple. Anyhow, it was a learning experience for everyone, including me. And he went there, and that was when they formed the GBC. Prabhupada gave the GBC. He created the GBC, called devotees leaders from different parts of the world, and gave 4 devotees sannyas and sent them out. So later on, as the history goes, that finally, a little while afterward, these 4 sannyasis came to New Vrindavan. And I also, with Rupanuga, I went to New Vrindavan. And at New Vrindavan, these 4 sannyasis, they started to say, they had a class, I remember we had a class. My hero at that time was Vishnu Jan Maharaj, because he was a hero in ISKCON at that time. He was a very charismatic singer. And I always wanted to meet Vishnu Jan Maharaj, so I got my opportunity. And I met him in New Vrindavan. I started to talk to him, and he was talking all kinds of nonsense. I couldn't understand a word he was talking about. He was completely confused. And then we had a class. It was Janmashtami, by the way. And we had a class. And during the class, one of the sannyasis, I won't say who, stood up and said, actually, Prabhupada just left the movement. Everyone was shocked. He said he left because he didn't understand who he actually was. Because he didn't understand he was God. And I thought, what? And then one devotee got up and said, wait a second, Prabhupada never, sat down! And it was like, there were sannyasis, I was just a humble less than humble brahmachari. And I didn't want to get a fight with the sannyasis. And Rupanuga just, he didn't know what to say either. So he just took me out of there. We went back to Buffalo where we were. I was like, whew. It wasn't what I was expecting on Janmashtami. Prabhupada was God. He left him. He had left. He'd gone to Japan to preach, to start the movement around the world. And then the GBC at that time, they complained to Prabhupada, and Prabhupada said, just tell him to leave the movement. So they left. Our 4 sannyasis were invited to leave ISKCON. And then they traveled down, they went to Detroit, and they hitchhiked down to Coconut Grove in Florida, which is quite a bit from Detroit. And then Prabhupada at the same time, he wrote a letter to Rupanuga Prabhu asking me to open a temple. So Rupanuga wrote a letter saying that I was going to get married, whether I should get married to some lady. And Prabhupada said, yeah, that's very good, and then having them open the temple. Yeah. Obviously the marriage it was only, I didn't find it, we got married by fire sacrifice, but I never found out her name, so it wasn't the most romantic. She was more romantic than I am. I was a little disappointing to her. I read Bhagavad Gita to her the few days we were together, and she'd fall asleep, and I thought, wow, this is not going to work out at all. we're obviously not compatible. Anyhow, she decided that there were better opportunities, and she just left. So at that time, I went down there, and I met the 4 sannyasis. And they were actually quite repentant. They said, actually, we didn't mean that Prabhupada was God. He was the servant acharya. He was servant God. Thank you. Yeah, it was interesting. Yes. And also the Shingadev prayers, by the way. because my temple president at that time, traveling back, he got into a car accident, which extended my tenure as a temple president there, and the horror of the devotees in the temple. So that was the introduction that, anyone could actually think that. I didn't know, I couldn't say that I had full realization of Prabhupada, but I was like, wow. And that was not the only incident. As time went on, doubts about Prabhupada's position were constantly reoccurring. Ban Maharaj, Prabhupada's godbrother, came and was telling us that, and not me, I wasn't there, I never met Ban Maharaj, but we're telling some of the devotees that Prabhupada was just, a scholar and a businessman, Prabhupada's godbrothers were constantly attacking Prabhupada. And the reason why the devotees in the West Coast, the leaders there, wanted to remove Prabhupada from his position, believe it or not, was because they had heard from Prabhupada's godbrothers that Prabhupada was actually not bona fide. Because some of our devotees at that time in the movement, they were trying to avoid the draft, and they went to India. And there they had no shelter because there was no ISKCON in India. The only shelter was the Gaudiya Math. And the Gaudiya Math, some of Prabhupada's godbrothers, to the dismay of Prabhupada, were quite envious of Prabhupada. And they were saying that when Prabhupada got the name of Prabhupada, that it was unbona fide. That only Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada could have that name. And if Prabhupada took it, means that he was a rascal. So they heard that and started to send letters to the leaders on the West Coast that actually Prabhupada was not actually bona fide. And therefore, they started to have doubts that maybe they should take the movement over and make it bona fide. So that it didn't stop there. How things went on was uncovered, it was pretty obvious after Prabhupada left. Yes, that's right. After Prabhupada seemingly left, and then we were in confusion. First of all, there are no tapes available, what Prabhupada said for the last year and a half of Prabhupada's manifest appearance here. So we didn't really know what Prabhupada's final instructions are. We had to rely upon our leaders at that time, who were with Prabhupada. Now they themselves, obviously, they didn't, with all respect, most of them were the eldest devotee in the movement at that time. May have been like 30 years old. He was considered the old man, ready for retirement. So they didn't understand. First of all, they were leaders, and they were they were the best of the leaders, practically most of them in the movement. And they had their ideas. But we can't, and we have to understand that in 10 years of practicing Krishna consciousness, considering the backgrounds that we had, we weren't going to understand everything perfectly. Prabhupada did the best he could. So they came up with this idea, which you may have heard about, but you weren't there, that when Prabhupada left, he had appointed 11 of his disciples to become the next acharyas. And we had all kinds of, even amongst themselves they disagreed. One of my best friends was one of those acharyas. And one day we were talking together and he was saying that, isn't it amazing they made me an acharya, now I have all mystic power? I said, really? I didn't want to disagree with him because he was an acharya. And then we had in the first that year in Mayapur, we had 11 of Vyasa sons in the temple, in Mayapur temple, and we offered each one of them flowers, and we had a special song to sing to them. And in the song it was saying that when all of them get together, Prabhupada is present. Yeah, I was thinking, wow. I was always thinking Prabhupada, all this, whatever I remember Prabhupada, he's not really there. Only when anyhow, there was a lot of things going on. And it just so happens I happen to be, wherever there's a controversy in ISKCON, usually I'm there. I didn't say wherever I go there's a controversy. I'm just saying wherever there was a major controversy, somehow or another Krishna put me there. Luckily I'm here. Means there's probably no other big controversy going on in ISKCON right now. Yeah, I know. In any case, that idea that the Zollner Acharya system, and during that time, so many different, even now, so many biographies came out, etc., etc. And I read the biographies, and at least one of the author, one of the major biographies, I went to him one time because I was in his zone, and I challenged him. I said, "This is not what happened. This is not because, sometimes I was there." I mean, I don't know what happened. Even when I'm in some place, I'm not sure what's happening exactly. But in any case, I read that particular book, and I said, this doesn't match up for my experience with Prabhupada. I said, this is, in the book, for instance, in the biography, I think it was sincerely made, but things were said that, I don't know where he got it from. And incidents happened, I don't know, different from what I experienced directly. And the mood of Prabhupada, I was thinking it doesn't really match up with Prabhupada's mood. How can someone who's who's absorbed in Krishna consciousness somehow or another become depressed sometimes become confused, etc., etc. I mean, sometimes Krishna, when there was, that's right, Shalya, that's what I was thinking. Shalya, he had Krishna was fighting against Shalya, and Shalya came and hit Krishna on the arm with a sharanga bow and knocked the sharanga bow out of Krishna's hand. And Krishna appeared to be stunned, and all the demigods were aghast.
Also when he cut the head.
Yeah, I'll go into the whole thing. Well, I've got that much Krishna's giving me remembrance. So then Krishna, Shalya came back with someone that seemed like his father, Vasudeva. And he said, "Here's Vasudeva, your father, who gave you birth, Krishna. Just see." And then he cut the Vasudeva's head off. And Krishna appeared to be depressed, just like he appeared to be bewildered when the cowherd boys entered into the mouth of Aghasura. He was amazed at the wonder of his energy, and apparently he was confused for a moment. But this is Krishna's pastimes. Unless Krishna showed something like that, first of all, the demons would never be able to criticize Krishna. And that's also necessary. Krishna disappeared by a hunter hitting him in the foot with an arrow, and then Krishna disappeared. So it says in the commentators said that way the demons could actually say, just see, Krishna claimed he was God, but he was killed by an arrow, by a hunter. But if we're going to write commentary about Prabhupada, we should not think that Prabhupada apparently, even if he appeared to be angry sometimes, or even to someone's point of view, and we had to accept that, as Mula Prakriti Mataji said when she gave her interviews with Prabhupada's godbrothers and the people who know Prabhupada, it has to be assumed that a lot of them, they just came up with very interesting stories, we could say, about Prabhupada. Like one man said that when Prabhupada was going on the Jaladuta, that he was the only one who would accompany Prabhupada to the Jaladuta when it took off. He was there by himself and said Prabhupada goodbye and wished him luck. It was complete fabrication. I mean, people especially, they have this idea. First of all, our memories are not so good, and we like to embellish and put ourselves a little bit more into the center of the story than we're actually was reality. Therefore, sometimes we have to read these stories with understanding, that Prabhupada was, at least accept on faith that Prabhupada was not bewildered. He was not depressed. He did not get angry like an ordinary person did. And that he was always established deeply on the spiritual platform. And whatever he did as a perfect instrument for Krishna to help spread Krishna consciousness. Then we can actually understand a little bit about who Prabhupada was and what he was doing, and not try to take his position. Because when we bring Prabhupada down to our position, when we bring Prabhupada down to our level that of being an ordinary person who later on became a self-realized person, but at the beginning he went to college, and then he was joined the Gandhi movement, and he was absorbed in the Gandhi. All these things are just fabrications. First of all, Prabhupada never talked about it very much. Nor did Prabhupada ever, become more interested in Gandhi's movement than in Krishna consciousness. It's just all mental conjecture. As Chandamali Maharaj said, that Prabhupada had mentioned that when he was 4 years old, he could remember. As Prabhupada said in another place, he said, there was never a time that I ever forgot Krishna. Not that he joined Gandhi's movement, he became an ordinary householder, he didn't get along with his wife, etc. These are all just, they're just interesting things that people put into the book to make it more interesting. Whether it's real or not, it has nothing to do with who Prabhupada actually was. So, as it says, one should not, as Prabhupada writes in the Nectar of Instruction, one should not see a pure devotee from a materialistic point of view. That's my title. Krishna's, this Nectar of Instruction, verse number 6. Krishna's devotee is not subjected to material conditions, even though his bodily features may appear merely materially conditioned. One should therefore not see a pure devotee from a materialistic point of view. Unless one is actually a devotee, he cannot see another devotee perfectly. As explained in the previous verse, there are three kinds of devotees: Kanista Adhikari, Madhyama Adhikari, and Uttama Adhikari. The Kanista Adhikari cannot distinguish between a devotee and non-devotee. He is simply concerned with worshipping the deity in the temple. A Madhyama Adhikari, however, can distinguish between the devotee and non-devotee, as well as between the devotee and the Lord. Those who think that Krishna consciousness is limited to a certain section of people, certain section of devotees, or a certain tract of land are generally prone to see the external features of the devotee. Such devotees, neophytes, unable to appreciate the exalted service of the advanced devotee, try to bring the Mahabhagavata to their platform. We experience such difficulty in propagating this Krishna consciousness all over the world. Unfortunately, we are surrounded by neophyte godbrothers who do not appreciate the extraordinary activities of spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world. They simply try to bring us to their platform, and they try to criticize us in every respect. We very much regret their naive activities and poor fund of knowledge. An empowered person who is actually engaged in the confidential service of the Lord should not be treated as an ordinary human being, for it is stated that unless one is empowered by Krishna, one cannot spread the Krishna consciousness movement all over the world. First time I went to India, as I think I've explained before, but I don't know if I've explained here, 1974 was the first Temple President's meeting. And at that meeting, we were invited, did I mention this story before? We were invited to go to one of Prabhupada's godbrothers, Mats, to take prasadam. So we went there. There was probably 100 devotees assembled there for the first international Mayapur meeting. And we went there, and one of Prabhupada's godbrother's disciples gave a lecture. And I was like, I was I wasn't completely disturbed. I was bewildered. Why are we listening to this person, this devotee? Anyhow, we had to be respectful because they were going to give us prasadam. And he gave, I still remember the lecture. And he was explaining how Prabhupada actually, he came to the West, but he didn't do anything very significant because he made a bunch of hippies and drug-addicted hippies into devotees. So I was like, I wasn't a drug-addicted hippie. What is he talking about? Anyhow, the prasadam I didn't like either. And we went back there, and Prabhupada's servant came to us later, the devotees, and he said Prabhupada heard about the lecture that was given, and he said whoever heard this lecture has been spiritually scarred for life. And Prabhupada was, that was one lecture. I mean, it wasn't the only incident of the disagreement between, or the presentation of Prabhupada's godbrothers, or later on, after Prabhupada left, you're probably aware of the controversies with some of Prabhupada's godbrothers' disciples who were claiming that Prabhupada didn't give us everything, and that he was the new Bhagavad Acharya that we had to take shelter of, etc. So that practically almost caused a split in the society. What to speak of a spiritual scar for those who actually accepted such a philosophy. So it's not that it's so easy to accept, first of all, to actually understand who Prabhupada is will actually mean that we'll actually take shelter of his books, we'll take shelter of instructions, we'll take shelter of his association with his devotees, we'll take shelter, especially those things, because we'll actually understand that this is the way we're actually going to get real shelter. Everything else is not, it will only be incomplete. There's no one else in this universe who's done what Prabhupada did. And there's no one else who's left at these books that can perfectly help us become Krishna conscious. Everything else will, at best, we'll have some doubt about. And maybe if we follow it, maybe we'll get some benefit, but we won't get the same benefit as we will be if we have faith in Prabhupada and Prabhupada's instructions and try to understand it with our intelligence, with the help of the super soul. Don't accept blindly, because everyone else says, oh, this is very nice. I mean, these biographies, I read them, I think, they're nice because they're sincere devotees, but some of them were just like, how could they possibly... I remember I was on a morning walk one time with Srila Prabhupada in Dallas, and one of my godbrothers was right next to Prabhupada. I was behind him. And the way he was treating Prabhupada, I was very, very disturbed. Because he was treating Prabhupada, so familiarly. I mean, I wasn't so intimate with Prabhupada, and I definitely wasn't so familiar with him either. But that's what they were, that's who they were at. That's Prabhupada's glory, part of his glory, is he took everyone he met, he tried to help them become Krishna conscious. And he did it in such a way as that he remained aloof from who they were, what they were doing, and he gave them the best medicine, the best opportunity they could get to make advancement in Krishna consciousness. And therefore, generally speaking, Prabhupada was quite tolerant. And sometimes he appeared intolerant. As Navayovana Maharaj said, he was sitting with Prabhupada in Mayapur one time, and Prabhupada rang his bell, and the servant didn't come. So Prabhupada told Navayovana to go find out where the servant is, because there was always a servant at Prabhupada's door if he needed something and acting as a guard. So he found him, and the devotee came back, and Prabhupada said, "Where were you?" I can't imitate Prabhupada. Where were you? And the devotee with Prabhupada, he had such potency, the devotees started to shake. And Navayovana Maharaj started to shake also. And he said, you're supposed to be here. I mean, don't remember the exact words. You're supposed to be here. It's your duty to be here. And then the next moment, the devotee went, stood at the door, and Prabhupada started to talk to Navi Yogendra Maharaj, and he's completely calm and peaceful, as if nothing happened. So that's the potency of a pure devotee. He can act as a perfect instrument under all different circumstances in order to give people the maximum opportunity to become Krishna conscious. And we have to understand that in that light and not interpret Prabhupada as some kind of mundane, ordinary person subjected to the material emotions that we have. And that way we'll be able to take shelter of Prabhupada's instructions. And when we read his books, we should understand the Super Soul has arranged it. That when I open this book and I start reading it, it's actually the Super Soul, Prabhupada talking to us, and the Super Soul giving us the intelligence to understand what Prabhupada is saying. So we all have a very intimate relation with Prabhupada if we want it. And by that intimate relationship, we can develop an intimate relationship with all our acharyas in disciple succession. And by that intimate relationship with the acharyas in succession, take shelter of the 6 Goswamis, the Panchatattva, and experience Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's, wherever Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was, he brought Vrindavan. And if we take shelter of our acharyas in disciple succession and get the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in our heart, then wherever we go, there will be Vrindavan also. And that's what will spread. That's how we'll become Krishna conscious, and that's how we'll also spread Krishna consciousness to others. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Yeah, I think you should do that first. Yeah, because that's for everyone. So we read offerings, you know, these are written. When we invite some, one of our most senior officials here. Why don't you say something to begin with? I know we're shy, but that's a good qualification. Humble and shy. At least you can introduce.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for Maharajas for your kindly sharing a relation with Srila Prabhupada. So now we'd like to invite all of you, who are on a voluntary basis, to share your realization with Srila Prabhupada, if what meant for you in your life. Yes, so anyone like to share? You can stay, I will give you a mic. Anyone wants to share? Little Govinda Prabhu, like to share something?
He couldn't actually raise his hand. So.
Good evening, Prabhupada. Good evening, Maharajas, Vaishnavas. I had 2 dreams of Prabhupada. One was in 2000, I had more, but 2 dreams were very special and on the point. One was in 2011, and he just said, just follow the process I gave. And then in 2020, Srila Prabhupada came again into my dream, and he said, this was just before the corona, and I said, now you really have to start following the process. And he said a few other things.
2023, he's going to say, now you really have to
2027, he'll say it's too late. you blew it.
But the second dream was related also to prasadam, and I always associate Prabhupada, how he brought prasadam and how he made ISKCON on base of Sunday Love Feast. So this is my strong realization. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share.
Hare Krishna. I was thinking that in museum in Slovenia we have a 5,000 years old wheel, wooden wheel. So 5,000 years back somebody did. People were living here and doing something, whatever. But until Srila Prabhupada and his disciples and grand disciples came to Slovenia, nobody have a clue who is God. I mean, if you want to go and see God like this, Hare Krishna temple is the only place. So this is how special is that. Maybe we are not aware, but after so many thousands of years, by Prabhupada mercy, people can actually see God. So this is only by mercy of Srila Prabhupada and his followers. And today we were talking, when we were eating, that actually where we would be if Prabhupada wouldn't come to the West. Everybody of us, what we will do now, at that moment, what we will eat, what we will watch, and what would be the our destination in next life. Actually, you can imagine everybody for themselves. So if you imagine that, then we really have we should be grateful to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So, my English is like not so good, but I will try to express, to say something. My relationship with Prabhupada is through devotees who are around us now, especially his disciples and our teachers. So his mercy come to me through them. That's my realization. And I am thankful to him to try to be thankful to these devotees. So this is because also here now are devotees who brought Krishna consciousness to Slovenia and to establish all these fundaments. Yes, yes, that we are now here, can practice so nicely, associating so nicely, and try to bring closer to Krishna. So many devotees. That's my relationship with Srila Prabhupada. And also I heard very nice. I will explain with my words, because in Slovenia I can maybe repeat. But before Srila Prabhupada went to West, he was in Vrindavan, and then he was preparing, after he made these 3 books of Srimad Bhagavatam, he was really preparing to go, and some devotees knew that Srila Prabhupada will go to West, and they asked, maybe one asked, when you will go to the West? And he said, I don't know, but when Srimad Bhagavatam will went to the West, I will go with him to serve him there, Srila Prabhupada. Then to Brahmananda Prabhu in one conversation, Srila Prabhupada told like this, this Srimad Bhagavatam bring me across the ocean here to America to you. And this same Srimad Bhagavatam will bring all you across the ocean of material existence to the spiritual world, like Bhagavatam. So Prabhupada was always servant of Srimad Bhagavatam. That means if we are reading Srimad, we are reading books of Srila Prabhupada and also some other books of our Goswamis, this is how we can actually serve them. This is my realization, with reading and try to understand. So, thank you.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So I can just share one small experience. When it was a war in Bosnia, and I just find out about devotees a little bit on the distance. And before that, I was reading a lot of books. I was interested in some mystical things, and because there was a war and I had a lot of time to think, so you're limited with activities and with thinking, so many things which I was interested in, they came to the surface. And I was reading different books, mystical books about travel through time, this and that, and about many other things. And all the knowledge from those books, it stayed separated, disconnected. And actually, by the mercy of my mother, she took a book from the devotee once. It was the Science of Self-Realization. And I remembered, that I saw somewhere that kind of book. And I found this book, and it was very hard for me to say the name of Srila Prabhupada. A.C. Bhakti-Vedanta. And but it was so attractive for me. And when I read it, as I was reading it, all those knowledge from all these books, they became united. The knowledge became united, and everything was clear. And I was thinking inside, wow, this is a real knowledge which unites everything, unites all other knowledges, And I think that this is the real wise person. And then I remembered that I heard that there are devotees in Sarajevo, in Bosnia, that there is a temple, and I left there to investigate a little bit more. And this was one experience from Srila Prabhupada, that is so powerful knowledge, and the way how he showed to us this knowledge that it unites everything together. That was for me very important, because I always wanted to unite everything, whatever. I never liked separation. I always wanted to see the connection between everything. So when I read the book of Srila Prabhupada, everything what I had in mind, it connected. Astrology, travels through time, and other esoterical things. So there I felt very big satisfaction that everything united, and this is a real, real knowledge. And like this, and then I liked a lot how he was singing, and that was so mystical. Always devotees was listening in the temple. He's singing, and it was so calming and going very deeply inside, and reawakening always something what was actually a true part of me. And so these were some of my experiences. Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
There are other devotees who have said the same thing, that by reading Prabhupada's books they were able to connect all of the other knowledge that they had.
Hare Krishna, thank you both of Maharaj for a very inspiring sharing of Srila Prabhupada. Because I'm also from Bosnia, I'm very grateful to Ojashri Prabhu to mention, and I would like to also say something. I heard and I read from devotees who were during the war in Bosnia, are devotees, and it was really, really difficult time, very intense, because the city, Sarajevo city, was under the constant shelling, under the siege, and devotees are in that condition, were running around, going around to distribute books, Srila Prabhupada's books. And some of them, they said, we know that people doesn't have money, but we will trade for flour, for oil, for something. And they did that. It was really risky to go outside. They could be killed, but they did that. And then sometimes they brought some oil, some different kind of bogas. And then people were start to read Prabhupada's books, and they become inspired, and they started to come to attending temples to help cutting vegetables, cleaning things, and becoming devotees. That was really inspiring how under the very difficult circumstances Prabhupada touched and gave the shelter to these people, and they become devotees. And also one very inspiring example also from Sarajevo. I was just walking through the street, and I saw one man who was selling different old books, and then they were different books, and I saw Bhagavad Gita. It was really on the floor, only like piece of cotton, and like people are walking, and it's on the floor. So I stopped and I asked, what kind of book is that? Even though I was devotee, but I wanted to try to see what this person will say to me. So I said, what kind of book is this? He said, among all my books, this is really special one. This is really, this guy, he is really special. I start to read this book. I need to confess, like, I don't understand anything. It's very, very high philosophy, but because you are a student, you will understand. But I will just want to give you one tip. Just like start to read, and then after a half an hour, stop, take a glass of water, then 5 minutes break, then again continue. And then like that. And then I said, so, but what is this book for? What will change, like what influence, what kind of influence will give to me? He said, this is that your life will become successful, and your life will become wonderful. Just please trust me. I really love this guy, even though I don't understand anything about his book, but you will understand. And that's really wonderful how this like simple guy was very inspired to sell the Prabhupada's book. It was like old one, but I asked him, where did you get this book? He said, from Catholic Church. They have some packages, and I found, so I'm just taking and distributing. People buying there, because it's very wonderful book. People buying, I'm able to convince them to buy. I also convinced you. So I had some small prasadam, so I gave it to him, and it was really a wonderful experience how, like, even though he cannot understand, but somehow Prabhupada gave him his mercy to somehow do the service. And his life will also be successful. And that's the mood of my grandfather, and that's why I'm also very, very grateful to him. Thank you so much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Maybe I can repeat actually some lectures given by Hare Krišna. He was actually about how Srila Prabhupada wrote these books. he was for some years his personal servant, and he was guiding his door, and he had to repair. As you know from Prabhupada's biography, Srila Prabhupada slept very few hours, maybe 2 or 3 hours, and he went to sleep at 10 o'clock, and 2 o'clock he went up, and he started to translate books. When everybody was sleeping, all the devotees, all the world were sleeping, Srila Prabhupada actually woke up and started to translate these books. And they were actually, he didn't, how to say, he wrote in such a way that Harikesh had to put on his table different books, commentaries of Srimad Bhagavatam from Sridhar Swami, Baladev Vidyabhushan and other Vedic acharyas. And then Srila Prabhupada had in his hand a microphone in which had the switch, he could switch on and off. And then he actually read different commentaries, and then he started to comment actually. Each and every word, Harikesh said, each and every word Srila Prabhupada was choosing and thinking, and then he clicked stop, and then he was thinking what to say, what to speak, what to wrote. Actually, he didn't wrote books, he was dictating in the microphone. And then again, after a few minutes, he again put on, and then he spoke in the microphone. And each and every word, each and every sentence, it was deeply, he was thinking, he was actually meditating what to say to the fallen people of Kali Yuga, because he knew that this Kali Yuga will advance, and he was putting all his energy, all his, when everybody was sleeping, Srila Prabhupada was giving his Shakti, his knowledge actually from different acharyas and his own opinion. And in this book, in this way, these books were written actually. Later on, Harikesh had to, he was having this service that he put headphones and then he transcribed it, he typed it, this actually, what Srila Prabhupada was dictating. And in this way, these books were made actually. Srila Prabhupada knew that we are fallen and that we need Krishna. These books will only save actually these fallen generations. And actually, he put all his mercy, all his love on these people of Kali Yuga. Harikesh also said different stories how Srila Prabhupada, maybe I can say one story when how Srila Prabhupada taught him to make chapatis. It was a funny story. Srila Prabhupada was learning him how to cook, and then he explained how to mix the dough and with the water, flour with the water, and you roll it and you put on the flame, actually on the pan, and then on the flame it has to, chapati has to pop. And then first try, Harikesh has to look, and first try chapati didn't puff, and Harikesh went like, And Srila Prabhupada took chapati and threw chapati in his face. And and then Srila Prabhupada again, he rolled chapatis. He rolled, and then again it was, and then chapati pop, and Srila Prabhupada said, Harikesh, you see? And another occasion, Srila Prabhupada also taught him to cook, and sabji, rice, chapati and dal. And then Harikesh was cooking for him one day, same chapati, rice, sabji, dal another day, and after 1 week, Srila Prabhupada said, so you are cooking every day the same, can you bring something else? Prabhupada, this is only you taught me. I learned only from this. So please make some variety, give some other vegetables in the sabji, some others dal, and like this. He said, there are many actually occasions when Srila Prabhupada was like very personal, but in the same time, in the night, and also concerning the books, actually Harikesh has to take all these books of different acharyas. They were big, thick books from India. He has to put in the trunk, and they were traveling all over the world. And he has to actually carry all these books in this heavy trunk, and they had to be arranged in 2 o'clock when Srila Prabhupada would wake up. They had to be on the table in front of Srila Prabhupada. He would actually, whatever in every part of the world, wherever they were traveling with their airplane, the books of different acharyas has to be on the table to wait for Srila Prabhupada that he actually take the commentaries and to translate. The books has to be there every night. That Srila Prabhupada, as Maharaj Chandramali Swami said, he's followed the schedule in Africa, in Australia, in England, America, everywhere. At 2 o'clock, books of different acharya has to be there that Srila Prabhupada was translating and putting them together in his commentaries. So we have to be actually aware that these books are very important, and that we should, by reading them, we can also distribute these books. I remember from Sankirtan years, we had to read every day at least 2 hours books, and then you will be inspired to distribute these books. If you're not reading these books, you cannot distribute them. How can you distribute books which if you don't know what are written in them? I always inspire devotees. You read which book we are distributing now. You should read this book, same books. If you distribute Krishna book, read the same books to read. That you have power to distribute these books. If you distribute Ishopanishad, read Ishopanishad, because you can read again and again Srila Prabhupada books over and over. They are never. You will always find something new, even if you read 3 times, 5 times, always something new in these books, because Prabhupada was written these books for us to read them and distribute them. That's all.
Hare Krishna. I'm not qualified to glorify Srila Prabhupada, but he is and was so merciful to me. I just need to share. He appeared when I was really in my beginning in Hare Krishna. He appeared in my dream. I was a lost child of his, and my best friend somehow found him, my father, and I came to Srila Prabhupada. He was so emotional, so he was almost crying, hugging me, and he told me, I have so many children all over the world, and I take care of each and every one of them. Now you are home. Now you can be in peace. You rest in peace. You are home. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. I can say that Srila Prabhupada guided me to Krishna consciousness. Definitely his books. I was raised in Christian environment, and I believed in God, and I was interested in God conversations. But later on, when I was at the university, I started to lose my faith. But I came to Prabhupada's books. And his commentaries, his books are so brilliant, they could convince me logically that Krishna, God exists. And whenever I put them off, I didn't read them for a while, the doubts crept in. And I remember that I was challenging Prabhupada. Let me see if he can convince me again. And I read the books, and he convinced me again. So, by his mercy, I came here. First I wanted to become a missionary in Christian missionary, but he guided me in such a way that I found there just strange people who didn't were with God in their hearts, and they were fanatic. Hare Krishna. So I just came to the temple and surrendered to Krishna. At least I tried to surrender to Krishna by His mercy. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
You're a Krishna missionary.
Yes.
Thank you. I can share my, yes, I can share like when Mataji, she shared in the beginning my experience with Srila Prabhupada, which was really nice. I could say that how I stopped to sleep more than 10 hours per day because I did this more or less all of my life until I met Prabhupada's books. And my excuse was because I have really low blood pressure. Yes, thank you. So because of that, I need more sleep. So this was really my good excuse. So it's like bona fide, right? To sleep more than, yes. So, and then one day, really, I was really sleeping. I mean, that day I really slept 12 hours. And then in the afternoon when I came back from my work, and I got a book of many lectures from Srila Prabhupada. I think it was like Srimad Bhagavatam book and the whole lecture. I mean, one book of the lectures where Prabhupada gives the lectures in a book. It was transcribed, yes. And I opened I took it and I didn't read it like paper by paper, but I just opened it like whatever will be there, it will be this for me that day. So I opened it and I went on the beginning of that lecture, and then I started to read. And then in that lecture, this was like, I mean, really, I don't know, the first month when I came to Krishna consciousness, and Srila Prabhupada was saying that 6 hours to sleep, it's more than enough. And I was like, yeah, right, Prabhupada, but I have low blood pressure. And I can understand, yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know, because I was really... And then later on, he said that if you sleep more than 6 hours, then you're like Kumbhakarna. And I was like, who? And then later on, I asked devotees here in the temple, who is Kumbhakarna? And when I noticed, I said, okay, I will not sleep anymore more than... I'm sleeping like max 8 hours, yeah. So this is like, I would say, personal approach. I mean, reciprocation with Srila Prabhupada, which I was not aware of at that time. Later on, I found out that this was really Prabhupada talking to me to not wasting my time sleeping. Yes. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Hare Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki. I'm not qualified to speak Srila Prabhupada, but Vaishnava mercy, I share you one story about Srila Prabhupada. One time Prabhupada giving lecture, some disciple sitting, and one man, he's a Mayavadi. He distributing Mayavadi philosophy in paper, all of the Prabhupada disciple. The Prabhupada immediately understand this is something wrong. But Prabhupada said, don't read, don't throw it. So all the disciples, they thinking, what happened? The Prabhupada said, don't read this and don't throw it. So they are still keep, after Prabhupada lecture finished, and Prabhupada said, bring the some prasadam. So some prasadam, bring the prasadam and give that in the top of the paper, the Mahaprasad. So Prabhupada is so intelligent. Prabhupada, he know how it is using the Mayavadi philosophy, the Krishna consciousness. So Prabhupada ki, Gaur Anande. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Well, I just came inside because I have to pick Narayan, my son, so I was not following all the previous experiences shared by other devotees. I'm very sad about that. So what can I say? Srila Prabhupada saved me, saved all of us. He gave us perfect philosophy, perfect lifestyle, perfect goal to strive. Even if we are not successful, as I think Chandramauli Maharaj mentioned yesterday, and Srila Prabhupada was explaining that we have to be 100% pure to attain Krishna. He even lowered that standard. So this is our great fortune and great mercy that we are somehow or other connected with him. And I remembered in days when I was distributing Srila Prabhupada's books that his presence was somehow not just theoretical but also practical. Like Prahlad Maharaj was explaining, whenever we were thinking that we were distributing books by ourselves or that we are the doer, then immediately we got the realization that we are completely helpless and not at all qualified to even stop the people. But when somehow by his mercy and by mercy of Krishna, we realized, at least at one little percentage of that people then reciprocated in most extraordinary way. I remembered once I was distributing books like for 4 or 5 hours and nobody was taking it. And we were going door to door in villages. So it was also quite physically demanding because we were using bikes at that time. So we had this huge Sankirtan van and we had like 3-4 bicycles inside. And then the driver, Sankirtan leader, was driving to the, for example, top of the hill, and then we were just going down. So when we were at the top, people were first very surprised. How did you get here, upside? I mean, it's quite high. We are yoga, practicing meditation, like that. But at that time, nothing of that works. Nobody was taking anything. So I was quite depressed, and I was somehow trying to, to very, helplessly pray to Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. And then it was about time for this midday break around 2 o'clock. So it was the last, this house in that village, and I just came and I was really helpless, really, very humble, we can say. And then I just showed books, and one person came in the first floor of this building, or this house, this village, and I said, what you get? You have this something about self-realization? I said, yes, self-realization. And I was more or less repeating the same self-realization to everyone. But at that point, he was completely, awakening. Yes, that's what I need. So I will come down. And he brought all books, like 20, 25 books I had, all these back. So I was really fascinated by how Krishna reciprocated. And he was, for 3-4 hours I was struggling like anything, but then I realized that it was worth it, to surrender at least a little of this independent thinking that actually I'm the doer and I will control, I'm enjoyer and I am the proprietor of any action and I can control others, and it was nice realization. So Srila Prabhupada, I don't think that in any other spiritual movement or organization can get this really practical realization of how Krishna is actually the doer, because we are somehow forced to be in that position and we have to struggle to attain. And as we said, at least some percentage of that pure 100% Krishna consciousness. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Najprej se lahko oproščam, ker ne znam angleško, ne, tako da bom lahko po slovensko povedal. Nakratko lahko povem. Lahko dve stvari povem. Ena je dosti podobna kot Odžasija. Jaz sem na primer veliko knjig bral. Doma sem imel...
I can relate the story similar to Jasvi. I got different books at home.
Okrog 800 do 1000 knjig sem imel raznih jogijev pa vse te ezoterike.
I had about 800 to 1000 books of different yogis at home.
In sem imel navada, da sem vse to, kar je bilo zanimivega, sem početval.
And everything that was interesting in these books I was underlining.
In v vsaki knjigi je bilo kakšen stavek ali pa kakšen tako kratka beseda ali pa...
There was in every book it was at least some sentence or a word underlined.
In potem pa v Prabhupadovih knjigah je bilo tako počrtan stavek, potem je bil odstavek počrtan, potem je bila cela stran pa še naslov tako počrtan.
But in Prabhupada's books there was sentences, all paragraphs, and even the titles were underlined.
In potem, ko sem prišel v tempel, sem rekel, jaz sem to že vse prebral, polno baterito.
And when I came to the temple, I said, I read everything of this.
Potem je rekel, potem se moraš pa samo še predati, ne moraš priti v tempel.
So they said that you just have to surrender then and just stay at the temple.
Meni je bilo pa to ful težko, ker sem imel cel kup drugih špekulacij pa tako naprej.
But this was really difficult for me because I was speculating different things.
Da ne Anđel prav, še enkrat moraš predati ali pa poglej malo bolj knjige, da še razumel, kaj če to nisem prebral.
But then the Nanja Prabhu said, you must read this book another time and really go deep into it.
Pa sem dejansko sem rekel, mogoče pa res moram sam pogledati. In pa sem odprl, pa pogledal, pa sem videl, v bistvu so Prabhupadove knjige edine počrtane, edine 10krat počrtane, sem rekel, to je to.
And then I opened the books again and I saw that only Prabhupada's books were really underlined, every page. So that's the only way then to accept.
Pa pridem v tempel, in pol takoj naslednji dan v Sankirtan, da nečem.
And when I joined the temple, the very next day I was sent into Sankirtan.
Ker mi je bilo spet zelo težko, ampak pol je Anđel takoj rekel, prav pa te knjige pisal iz usmiljanja, za vse druge, to ni to, da ti bereš nekaj pa da je to, da boš ti filozofiral. To za druge, to moraš dati naprej,
It was really difficult for me, but the Nanja Prabhu said, this is not just for you to read, this is Prabhupada's mercy to give everyone, to save them.
Dejansko, ko sem bral to, sem tudi tako čutil, in sem pol videl, da navkljub temu, da jaz po svoji naravi nikoli ne bi
zdržal, ne vem, da bi delal Sankirtan, ampak na pomilosti, bhakti in Prabhupada sem dejansko 10 let lahko delil knjige.
And according to my nature, I would never been able to be a Sankirtan devotee, but through Prabhupada's mercy and mercy of devotees, I could then distribute his Prabhupada's mercy with Sankirtan.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
10 years, yes, he was Sankirtan devotee for 10 years.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Yes, we have probably many more to share, but timing is a little... Should we take another one?
Yes.
Okay. Authority say yes.
Hare Krishna, thank you for allowing me to share my experience of Srila Prabhupada. You mentioned when you spoke, Pradhananda Maharaj, that it takes one to know one. And when I was searching who can guide me in my spiritual life, I said, I read in Srila Prabhupada's books, it has to be a pure devotee. But I'm not a pure devotee, so how can I know who is a pure devotee? And I was really depressed. And then I thought about it, and one thing that I know for sure, even though I'm not a pure devotee, I know that what Srila Prabhupada did, no one could do that if he's not empowered by Krishna. So many have tried, and they went back with eating with forks and knives, so instead of giving them Krishna consciousness and Krishna's culture, they took up the other culture. But Srila Prabhupada made it among hippies in his late years, whatever you explained. So this task is not possible if you're not empowered by Krishna. And with this understanding, then it was easier for me to find a spiritual master. I was searching for someone who is just sticking to that pure devotee, Srila Prabhupada. And being empowered by Krishna, he actually, I have faith that he gave us the process how to come to Krishna. And he has adjusted it for us in the West. So whatever adjustment he made, they are, approved by Krishna. And even nowadays, when we have so many things floating around, and everything is doubted, everything, we have to explain why is that so, and so many new ideas. Srila Prabhupada's books keep me like a fence on the track, to understand, or to try to understand, to keep me going. So, Hare Krishna.
Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja ki jai.
No. Last. Very short. Before I joined temple living, I was chanting, but I didn't hear spiritual voice of Srila Prabhupada. When I first, anyway, I was cutting. I was doing something in the garden. So I hear his voice. I realized immediately this person is not from this world. This was my realization at that time. When I first hear Srila Prabhupada's voice, and this was my realization. This person is not from this world. So Srila Prabhupada is for sure not from this world. Thank you.
Hare Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Mahotsava ki. Thank you so much for your sharing this very, very deep thoughts and realizations. So we are coming to the second last point of this program. So I will invite you all to now for the Pushpanjali. Pushpanjali is an offering of flowers, which is another word for offering our heart to Srila Prabhupada through that media. So I will ask Chandramal Maharaj to lead the Mangalacharana prayers, and he will also explain how this will be done. So we will all turn and stand up towards Srila Prabhupada.
Aha, še v slovenščini, se pravi, bomo sedaj delali pušpanjali, darovali bomo cvetne lističe Srila Prabhupadi. To bo vodil Chandra Mavli s vami, ki bo dal tudi navodila. Darujemo jih iz vsega srca.
Hare Krishna. Can I have your attention just for a quick moment so we can get an idea so how to do this. This has to be done accordingly in order for it to be in line with the acharyas. Yeah, I'm going to explain. I'm just trying to get everyone's attention. Oh, yeah. Yeah, distribute enough flowers so they can throw at least 3 times. So I'm going to go chant the mantras, and you just repeat after me. And please try to repeat loudly. You want to fill the entire temple with the sound vibration. And then I'll come to Srila Prabhupada's pranam mantra. At the end, we'll do it, and then we'll do the whole thing. I'll go through Prabhupada's, and then I'll do Prabhupada's again. When I do Prabhupada's, I'll say, Esha Pushpanjali. At that time, you offer your flowers to Srila Prabhupada, not onto the head of the guy in front of you. Come as close as you can. It's good to be close. And once I, yes, so the next part is that when I say Esha Pushpanjali, I'll say Jai Srila Prabhupada, you offer your flowers, not throw them, this is an offering. And then you offer your obeisances, and then get up, and then I'll again repeat Srila Prabhupada's pranam mantra, Esha Pushpanjali, and for the second time we do this, we repeat, and one more time in the same way. Okay? Okay, we can begin. Om Agyan Timirandasya Janagjana Salakaya Chaksu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Saptitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Tadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raganatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakambitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimakte Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Vipacharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pastyatya Desatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimakte Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Iti Namine Shri Varshavanavi Devi Dayitaya Kripabdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Dayine Prabhave Namaha Madhurya Ujjvala Premadhya Sirupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murtaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Nirurapa Siddhanta Dvanta Harine Nama Om Gauda Kishoraya Saksat Vairagya Mortaye Vipalambha Sambodhe Padambujaya Te Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Sarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Vibhava Bhumestvam Nirdishesa Sajana Priya Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Shri Jagannathaya Te Namaha Vanchakalpa Tarubhascha Kripa Sindhu Vaevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namaho Namaha Namo Mahavadanaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namani Gauda Triste Namaha Panchatattva Makam Krishnam Bhakta Rupa Sarupakam Bhakta Avatara Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Jayatam Surato Pangor Mama Manda Matergati Matsarvasya Padam Bojo Radha Madana Mohano Divya Vrindavaranya Kalpadrumada Srimad Ratnagara Simhasanasto Srimad Radha Srila Gil Govinda Devo Prastalibi Sevyamano Smarami Srimad Rasa Rasadambhi Vamsivata tatastitaha Karsan Veno Swanayar Gopir Gopinath Sriyestunaha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Deenabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Suti Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Now we'll do Srila Prabhupada's mantra. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimakte Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadhi Paschatya Desatarine. Okay, now get ready. Esha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimakte Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadhi Paschatya Desatarine Esha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki. So the final time, give all of your energy in the chanting. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimakte Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatarine Srila Prabhupada Ki. Esha Pushpanjali ki. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Kartal sama. Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Bhakti Vedanta Swami. Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Vrestaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namo Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Sunnavadi Vastato Desatarine. Namaste Prabhupada. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Nityananda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vivo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
We are the grandchild. Yes or not? Prabhupada, our grandfather. So when have Prabhupada birthday, then grandchild dancing in front of Prabhupada, Prabhupada is very happy. When I chant and dance, so I say, Hare Krišna! Prabhupada cannot hear you. Whatever you chanting. So more louder, please. Hare Krišna! Maharaj support, that is why now powerful. So please all together. Krishna!